as the heavens burn. So have you learned aught more of the final days? Within the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alfino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Ammonius is one of the worst affected. The anchor Destinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Yastola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatra and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we've gathered, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Master Forshalant to the people of Ratzat Han. Following their discussion, Viertra declared their support of the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure a safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alfino, Alize, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital is hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Forshalant, then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link show went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Ignis. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Well, considering my boys are there, we're going straight there right now. Ah, right into an instance. Perfect. My favorite. Ignis, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Galaxius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Yep. Completely hit the wrong button there.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not the same we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
I have to play as Alfie now. Okay.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Oh, damn.
Leave it to me.
Damn.
Those who can stand, come with me.
No. No, no, no. No, no, no.
You're safe now.
No, 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 no.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Phew. Okay.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Alfie knows what he wants. Something tells me I used something that was a shield that I was not supposed to use. Uh-oh. I got you, Sinew. Don't worry.
hard enough!
Phew. That happened.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
There's more. Of course there's more. There's always more.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Euless. I know that voice.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
I knew you could do it, Euless. I had faith in you.
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
Alize and Raha.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
What do I get this time? Alize? Yay!
and mine.
Ow. Thank you, Raha. Uh-oh.
Not today.
Yep.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
I'll follow you, Raha.
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
She got a new limit break. Nice. Alright, next.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Trailer time! Let's Graha this time.
Get out of here! Quickly!
Come on, Graha.
I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Speaking of...
Oh! I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
The first is in one piece, Raha, don't worry. Ah, I see you're still up.
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
I'll say. Me first. Meteors again, huh?
Just the beginning.
What's next? Ah. Ah!
I had a feeling I'd find you here.
Cut this in.
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
You keep Raha alive now, if you think. Alphabet. I was thinking about the both the twins, so I just combined their names.
On your feet!
Leave the healing to me. I am in your debt.
Where were we?
Oop, I didn't get out of time. Oh well. There we go.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlyan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlyan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
What? What the heck are you doing here?
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Yes, why are you here?
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yes.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Oh, hi, Euless.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
Xenos, you... Euless.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Euless, he would kill you in a second. It's not worth it. Euless, please. It's not worth it, Euless.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
But you can't do it.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
What do you want, Alize?
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlyan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
He's not wrong. Alfino is grown very well, as has Alize. Season of saying they're so uncaring and unperfect gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. But to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Alright! We are getting there. Slowly but surely. Alright, Lucia. What's next?
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. but trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlyan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Oh, local right? Okay, bye, Puddingway.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hello, Ryanje.
"'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health, so I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Oh, God damn it, Ariane.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlyan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart. I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Mom's burning stuff again. I imagine she'll want my fan, too. Let me go give her my fan real quick. Tell them everything we learned in Elpis. Okie dokie. The ICS.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Led by Alfino, of course.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzad-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlyan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzad-Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, Are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
I love how the astrologian guy never wants to help out the Scions. I mean, fair. I'm right there, but... Looks like most. Ah, them too.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Very, very interesting. Alfino? Next. Oh, there's a vista here. Ah, that's right. That's Labyrinthos. All right, you. Okay. You say so. Oh, yes, I have technically been to this part of the map already once. Yeah, I need to be up here. Better. Hmm.
could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Labyrinthos?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the Cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Sharlyan before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Alright, so what's next?
action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Garlemald and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and good speed.
In the back shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamude's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh, please. Alright, Kurthus. Chilling with Hoshafont.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Or Aisvelgar, I bet.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Alfino? Matching hair. After you, Alfino. Have fun, Graha. There you are, Living Way. Oh, Ariel J. How funny. Let's just say that. No. Okay, so that's not something I need to be looking at. The mushroom-like thing? Mushroom... That? The water extraction, what's it? After you, Cooking Way. Don't eat them while cooking, Wei. I'd brave and interrupt the volcano for a choice punch. Oh, I love that little nod to the short story. I bet it's a lemon. Mm-hmm. Be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cookie Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many Etheria species as possible if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go see if Oriange and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? So I was wondering, do you know of any other places foreign for their cuisine? Would that I had time to visit. The more I learned of Theris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Anyways, I trust thy time at Merle did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guest's relentless pursuits of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let's return to Sharlyan Hamlet forthwith. I will gladly attend to each and every lower part there, but should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Yes, that was indeed me verbalizing aside to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetherius at Logistics Station Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Gasp, I say. The star is so wonderful, it comes to no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous it must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing the disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be a difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by... Oops. But of course... be of use to people. I'm more that you think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suspect it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked like in need of helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. It's as good a place as any. Come. Ah, I have to go too. You best go with him. I don't think Ariante misjudged him, but Growing Way does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any lower Fritz in tears. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me, if my anxiety is truly so obvious. A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Sharlyan ingenuity and is built with fearless elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-carrying vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure what about that, but well, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and to perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ a gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. What if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha, gravitation. Maybe I can help after all. Up there's not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. If Thinker's tale be true, still others benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Lopers to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad I am to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Ignis, thou hast the finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce such a suitable Loporite. Alright. Anything for you, Arianje. Forward to that. A place for every Loporite and every Loporite in their place. Seek out troubled souls in Sharlyan Hamlet. I need to find 8 of them, huh? Well, let's wander and see what we can find. Yep, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, and then I found myself able to relax at all, so I went on a walk and I noticed these weeds and pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Is there anyone up here? No? Over here? No? Ah! Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, I have no time for outer chat. I need to reconfirm that either levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall do this so single-handedly, I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. Developers are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they've checked 2,000 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. How might I help you? Maba, a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I brushed out to pick some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now that I nearly tracked down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Rude. Aha. I see the quest marker. Reasons for it is no, I believe I'm fine, thank you. Alright, good. I have no doubt that we can get there with the searching for new star parts and finding lost sounds awfully vague to me. Only tell us what the libraries have control. Forgive me if I don't seem to be about to Ooh. Oh, you mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to guide the arc if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know, a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly. Well then, there's no time waste. They can help me prepare this monumental task. If anything bothering Will, I've been loading cargo for bells, so my back feels like a void scent played as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. So fine, just need a break. That's fair. Grimacing naturalist. Whoop. My face? What's wrong with my— ow! Perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with the only proper fauna. However, the suitably for new species on the table there. Including Loperits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps our biology itself might offer some clue as well. Ponderous mathematician? Consulting our lab bearers, I suppose that'd be more fun than sitting around brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can put into a fewer trips, but maybe the puzzle. Yeah, go have fun. Yes, you idiot. Have you thought about? That's fair. Alright, what about this anxious engineer? Sages encouragements, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face and the great expenses. Alright, and what about the capricious researcher? Is that one? Only sleep can save her now. Alright, well there's one more. I need to find one more. Oh, here we go. Nope. Ah. There we go. Alright, Ariane. Oh, that was fun.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Aetheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Ah.
Yes, I am.
Moonbreeder's parents?
Vilson and Blovida, Sharlyan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Whoop. Oh.
Do you have any idea How worried we were.
Poor Oriange.
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Oriange, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Oriange and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Oriange, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Difficult it was to accept their kindness. It would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinthos. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our other guests have elected to accompany my countrymen. Asians, some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry enormous pallet boxes in the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things that I ought to be doing. Of course, of course. Nah. Get me out. Ignis, what are you doing here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alvino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. You want me to run all the way down there? Oh, alright. While avoiding danger, of course. And there's neither current over there, and I can't go get it. God damn it. Leave me alone. I'm glad they don't kite as long here. I wonder if they changed that on purpose. Of course, on the other side of a fate. See if I can get around it. Just the one? Or do I have to go get the other two? If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this was base of operations of sorts. Those with final says as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Is in the courtyard, we can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. I'm gonna grab this ether ray first. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? Well, very well then. There happen to be 3 stack of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait, right here. You will find the form representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alfino and Nalize, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. I have a thing for you. Well, that's me to where he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing the documents at last. As for your other tasks, pray you keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in this history of the Forum, so we must circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlyan has never been a nation of the curious. It would be tragic inside indeed if we were the ones to terminate your pursuit of truth. Well, as you know, part of us living your name garnered such respect in Sharlan's is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard with hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it was traditionally been a point of pride. To its Whitenic's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis looked into his words, but not to his words, but his deeds. He asserted his defiance of his peers. Choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led to him to conclude that to execute conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well, indeed. Indeed, Archon Louis lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sharlyan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunate could not reconcile Louis' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made pariah of his father. Fortunate agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God's no Fortunate's cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable he was, with such a kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loved you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. I thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought back to the proper places in the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Graha, surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than a single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alistair and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Ignis? Can you spare the time? Of course. Anything for Graha. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. In the end of the hour, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out the bloody sky into my lap. Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the appropriate hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled through the furnaces. The flow of fire aspect ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The judgment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Sharlyan Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. I think once I get to Graha and talk to him, we're gonna take a small break so I can go find something to eat. I haven't eaten all day. It's starting to get to me a little. As much as I want to steamroll through story, I do need to eat. The reactor is housed in this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. Well, when I do, I have a rather large amount of water etched with the ethereal fissure from the event at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn down there to herself, trust me. Can I ask you to make sure you're not too near? They'll cause you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Alright, well, we'll help Growlhigh with this in just a minute, but I'm afraid I must go eat something. We will continue a story and hopefully finish it later. So, I'll see you guys later. More or less. Yes. Of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use As part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, the element of course being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allag's empire to encompass the heavens stars above, perhaps the greatest was this infamous technologist Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was with the gross descendants and explored the clan of Allag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zonde. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them saw that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequence of their actions which matter, their motives that are of no moment, and yet... To reach the stars with the wings of Adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation beyond the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Of course, Raha. Looks like he's in here. Woo, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's so much left for you, lots to do. Unless you can conjure that refined adamant any faster? Bonds of adamantite. I do trust you deliver on your promise, I do, only... I hate waiting, I want the adamantite and I want it now! But we share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. The sitting about's unbearable, particularly the forum's frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing goes wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Sharlyan Hamlet anon. If you say so, Raha. Fate joined, fate ended. Yep. Alright, let's await the companions. Before I'm dragged off on another misbegotten adventure.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Labyrinthos, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
What happened at the harbor?
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the selfsame port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coinkeeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Sharlyan. I accept that the Form's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh, Alpha!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlint before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. There's a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Garlemald remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis...
Oops, crap. How did I do that?
You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdai's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Sharlyan's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea. I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to.
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
No, sorry.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
We must have already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Claire Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. You're with Master Patrol. Yes, just step inside the lift here. Alright, what's next? He says Labyrinthos is most likely our secret. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts once we delve to seek the audience of the star and once we will embark on another race of the heavens. This way, if you please. Well, ain't she beautiful? Would you welcome to Thal Mason. Direct your attention toward its center and behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, it's what designed its medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The fear burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that your several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will afford us much more time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Always. For children, one and all. We make for the lift, the center of this chamber. Okay? As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane that we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same, thus the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower once more here in Thamazon. As soon as the Forum decided to withdraw from Eorzea, then we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Aitiascope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but the sound of calamity has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared beyond the Aitiascope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we had no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aitiascopicular lens by which we may peer to the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard lies above us, although through it we can watch and guide you. In those Sharlyan depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk at coming into contact with such pocket, we will recall you with the teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with one composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and, in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. There is no time to have a weak link in your vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it or otherwise. If I assist in the manner of the masterful set has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I trust more, compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were on the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I will keep keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Though in ages referred to ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace, its memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on the ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus I do caution you to be wary, but also do have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, they may lift you up once more. The Aitiascope now accessible. Ah, so it is a dungeon.
I stand
Right
ever
then.
ready.
And we go. Let me out, let me out, let me out!
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me? Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
You're mine!
I like how it looks.
You're mine!
Alright, now what's next?
There!
My turn!
Allow me.
You're mine!
Allow me.
This will hurt.
You tell him, Vistinian.
This will hurt.
There we go. What's that one? Oh. Oh, Ilberd. Hello. You're dead? Oh, that's right, you're not dead. My bad. Forgot you were dead. Oh, but what's this other soul here? There's one thing he has, it's arrogance.
Allow me.
Papalimo? Thank you, Papalimo. Ah, Livia. Forgive me, Lucia. I must kill her again. See, so it's for the ones that are glowing, I guess.
There. There.
Allow me.
Whoop! Sorry, Sinian.
You underestimate me!
Allow me.
You're mine! You're mine!
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Oh, thank you, Prial.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Alright, what do we got now?
My turn!
Oop, too soon. Alright, who do I have down here? Partiality? Moonbrita. Hostrafon. Thank you, Hostrafon.
There.
You're mine!
Who's next, I wonder?
There.
Alright, who do we have here? Who's the enemy this time? Ah!
You're mine!
There.
You underestimate me!
What do you think?
You're mine!
Got a lot of HP there, my dude. So you did the first time too.
You're mine!
A healing ring. Whew, okay. Who do we have here? Who could it be? Menphilia, maybe? I suppose that's possible. Bet it's Menphilia. The way Thancred reacted? Gotta be. Oh. I must have misjudged my gauge. Oops. Yep, it is who I think it is. The more Thancred reacts to it, the more I'm sure. Yep, Menphilia. And she's gone. Are you okay, Thancred?
Allow me.
You're mine!
All right. Sinking regret.
You're mine!
There.
This will hurt.
All right. Who's my final boss? Who is the final person who wishes to kill me?
So bold. So headstrong. Stubborn. To the last.
Yep, that's me.
But this is as far as you go.
Ah, it's you.
Oblivion beckons!
Talk about stubborn. I think you're the one that's stubborn. Sundered Soul, Amon the Undying. I think you're the one that's stubborn. But okay. Alright, let's go.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set!
Unfortunately, and it's not set with me in mind.
There. You're mine! My turn!
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
Ooh.
There.
Giselle. Timely as ever, my lady.
What a boorish audience you are!
My turn! There.
You're mine! You're mine! Time to end this! Time to end this! You're mine!
There.
And it leveled me. I knew it would.
Lies! All lies!
Accept it, Amon.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Well, he flew away. Wherever he went. He's definitely the Undying. Nice. Alright. Off we go. Oh! He's back. Hello, Amon.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteon?
How would you know that name?
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years. Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandango. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
Rude.
If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteion, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteion hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteion reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Come on!
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Oh, this just got interesting. The Mother Crystal now accessible. During this quest, when using Trust System Scenarios mode, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with the party of Scions. Some of these allies roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Additionally, you may now enter with the party of NPC avatars. So I can do this with trusts. Well, you know what? We're gonna attempt this with trust, see how that goes. Alright, nice. The all-rounder, Sage, Astrologian, Dragoon, Sorceress, Red Mage. Well, you know what? Let's attempt this with trust. See how it goes. think it'll be easier to learn with trust.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Alright, well, let's see how this goes. Burning them for battle, sending most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live. So an auto raise, I suppose. Go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
Allow me.
We're near or far.
Ah.
And now this.
Shared tank buster. Ooh.
Light unyielding.
Okay. So don't flip into the wall. That's it. Okay. Don't flip into the wall. I get it now. Okay.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
You're mine!
Hero's Radiance.
Hold still.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Dawn Mantle.
We're near or far.
Shared tank buster.
And now this.
You're mine!
Yep, out this time.
Light unyielding.
Ah, there's my noob one.
You underestimate me.
Dawn Mantle.
By blade.
Something special for you.
Okay, so the blue one's across.
You underestimate me.
In.
We're near or far.
There!
Out. Cross.
By blade. Crystals of light. To me.
Pick up crystals? Yep.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think.
I will not hold back.
Find your way in the darkness.
Hold still. How you decide which one goes first. Or does it not matter?
I have you now.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Away with you!
But this test is far from over.
With heart and speed!
By Crystal's light!
With heart and speed!
My turn! Allow me.
And
Where near or far. Where high or low.
out.
Light unyielding.
Ooh.
Refulgence eternal.
Allow me. You cannot stop us.
By flame!
Ooh, that was close.
This will hurt.
Succumb not to fear!
Multiple.
underestimate me!
Light unyielding!
I have you now.
Something special for you. Together we shall overcome this.
We're near or far.
My turn!
You underestimate me!
I will not hold back.
You underestimate me!
What is it? Blue.
I have you now.
You cannot stop us!
Oh! Okay! Somehow managed it with trust.
At last, man has the strength to.
Oh! That was exciting. All right.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. so keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. Of this, I have no doubt, for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Well, that happened. Potions are either near the end, give me quite a fright. What in the world happened? I mean, this Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteon, it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we only have two means to travel to the great expense, the moon and the Sharlayan's Ark. I am too well aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not resent it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and I would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, I suggest you rest a while. Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through this in a single day, ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? How exciting that was. And rather thrilling. To be able to fight Hydaelyn with the trust system. I think that was the easiest first time into a primal fight I ever had. Oh, Chica. Oh, thank God she's in an actual sleeping position and not just laying flat like she's a vampire or something. You probably should have changed your clothes, though, Ignis dear. What do you dream of?
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Like a true sun cat waking up at dawn. Ignis, I trust you've had good rest. An envoy of Master Fortune arrived not long ago with the message. The Lopers have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to head the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Alright. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loperites have deduced the whereabouts of Medion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, when its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering it to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper with your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely by my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loport's proposal, the Forum was faced with grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed he possessed of the strength indeed needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen the place of our faith in Hydaelyn. We have chosen to fit with Hydaelyn and you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. The Loporets are too willing to abandon the Exodus. Were you not listening to when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetherius and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetherius till you brought us here, Urianger, and now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scion, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? What are you all looking at me for? What will you say? You couldn't stop us if you tried. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Well, we've come this far. You couldn't stop us if you tried. It's one thing the Scions are good at. It's doing whatever they want. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the hyperhopper. The Loporets will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Yes. After that battle with Hydaelyn, I am in need of a new outfit. Alright, Alfino. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. which leaves us the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Ah, Tataru. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order till you return, and you will return. Of course, Tataru. Actually, Ignis, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Valdesian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Anything for you, Tataru. Welcome, Ignis, to Tataru's Haru's Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the signs of fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I am playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlyan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Vasarad, how are things coming along? Everything's in order, Mistress Tataru. We will be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Alright. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh. Wait for Taru's boutique to open. I can't skip it, huh? I did not expect to find you here. Ah, Vashon. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon skills to engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Sharlyan, and while I oversee matters in Radzat Han. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in the distant land. Vashon, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. The establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Radzat Han, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mr. Satoru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision, of what soon will be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood that why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it is the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of life, but for me life, must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I would like to visit Rosette Hond again when it's all over, and we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Rosette Hond you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Oh, if it isn't Emmeline. Oh dear, he spotted me. Ignis, old girl, why, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fort Thompson, insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Sharlyan. Thus I toil, though every part of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicker to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead of his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Onoroi here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in my hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. At last, the Sharlayan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. If it's a hearty meal you're after, I'd suggest The Last Stand. The cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Oh, I'm sure there's a reason that you've not been given a task, Emmeline. I'm sure he's fine. So who am I talking with next? Well, well, is that Ignis and Tataru I spy? Ah, Hancock. What do you want? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan, after all. Any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what man of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightway to Kagane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I will make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Eldernar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Let's do that one. Let's see what he says. Oh, a woman of tart taste, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Labyrinthos have to offer. But let us speak more upon this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Tataru can be kind of scary for a Lalafell. Oh, Ignis, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Ah, Figs and Wedge. Tataru. Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace. Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlyan and Razat Han have been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Holoporoids. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero has rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Sharlyan. Alpha. I think he sensed the incoming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Sharlyan. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have a means to send you off to the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on, and had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ha, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Ignis. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies together before we return. Wedge. One day he'll tell her. He'll tell her one day. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasarat from Palak's stand. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity, and in such times we must look for one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnair, but we are here today, and we are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. God, to think we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's so much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Falling snows. Which is why I promise to send you off to the sea of stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. In addition to your new ensemble, we have immense weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may obtain job-specific gear from Basra. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Oh, I can buy them all right now if I want to. Alright, we'll grab Red Mage first. A moment, Tataru. My glove thing is full. Something must go. You can go. Hat! Oh, that's actually not bad. I kinda like that. Let's take a look, shall we? Not bad. Not bad at all. Not as red as I would like, but that's not bad. I wasn't sure what I would think of it from the concept art and the media tour, but that's not bad. Alright, Tataru.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though. In uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Hurry up, Jay.
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
Oh, I didn't get to answer Uriante's question.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
It's good to see you all having fun and being happy.
Oh. What brings you here?
Wandering.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine.
No.